Hi, everyone. It's Grandmaster Ben Feingold. I'm back making more videos here on chess.com. Maybe some of you have seen that I've started again on my YouTube channel, but these will be more interesting videos. We're going to talk about lots of different themes here. And, well, hopefully we'll get a lot of views and you guys will learn a lot. So this video is going to discuss unexpected tactics, and we're going to show you some examples. And maybe you guys can find them more expected than I did, because some of them were actually my games. Okay, first game was a practice game played last year against one of the employees at the chess club in Scholastic Center of St. Louis. When we do chess lessons, he likes to actually play a game 30 and then analyze it and see if, well, maybe along the way he could draw or beat me. It hasn't happened yet, but doesn't mean it won't. Okay, so this is, it wasn't a Benko gambit, but it looks like one. Black's down a pawn. And White has a couple of funny things in his position. His knight on e2 and his knight on the a3 square. You know, that's not, those aren't the typical, places we're going to see a knight in these positions. And the reason is White's played f4, which is, aggressive. And then the White knight usually goes to f3 in this kind of position. So e2 is a little bit passive and f4 is sort of aggressive, so it's sort of a weird mix. Okay, now I'm playing on the queen side, obviously. I have two open files on the queen side. I have the, the bishop on this nice diagonal here, and I want to play on the queen side. So I played the move knight to b6, and with the knight going to b6, I'm fighting for control of c4. c4 is actually an important square. And this actually caused my opponent to blunder. Although, again, it's an unexpected tactic, so you might not find it so easy. My opponent wanted to play knight c4 and just block up the queen side. Then his knight wouldn't be on the silly a3 square. But, of course, I prevented that. I have two pieces defending c4. So my opponent, quote-unquote, blundered here and played the move queen c2. Queen c2, obviously, defending the c4 square, and he thought he was going to play knight c4 next move. Maybe he'll connect his rooks on the, in the first rank better because his queen's not in the way. And also, preventing c4 because he has more pieces on c4 than I do. So that's what he was thinking during the game. So queen c2 made a lot of sense to him. Unfortunately, this allows an unexpected tactic. So maybe pause your video and see if you can figure out, black to play actually is winning now. So black to play and win. Well, the problem with queen c2 is it traps the bishop on d3. The bishop has no retreat squares. Whenever my opponent puts pieces on the third, fourth, or fifth rank and they can't retreat, well, if you could attack them, that could be quite dangerous. And one of my good friends in chess, Dean Ippolito, international master, he said the three moves you have to look at in chess are captures, checks, and threats. And so here, the checks aren't dangerous, the captures aren't dangerous, but when you threaten a big piece with a small piece, that could be potentially very dangerous. So a very important move to look at is the move c4. And you guys know me, as I like to say, c4 is explosive. And the reason you analyze c4 is, number one, it attacks a bishop, which can't retreat. And number two, it's very forcing. White doesn't have 20 or 30 options at his disposal. White has to do something about his bishop. Okay. The problem with taking the pawn, it doesn't really matter which way you take it. You're going to get pinned on the C line. In fact, that's going to be the subject of another lecture coming up soon. So that's the problem with queen c2. It not only traps the bishop, but it wakes up to a pin later. So after the move knight takes c4, I just took the knight, and after bishop takes, I played queen to c8. I could also play queen c7, same thing. And it doesn't matter if my opponent has a knight on c4 or a bishop on c4, it's the same thing. For example, if my opponent had taken with a bishop, okay, then we get the same kind of trick. The main idea is you can't play b3, which you'd really like to play, because as I said earlier, this diagonal is owned by black. Okay, and in this position, if white moves his knight away and defends his queen, he loses in the same way he loses in the game. Once we trade queens, there's no defense to this knight on e2, and black's up a piece. Now, in the actual game, after c4, white took with his knight, and we got the same kind of thing. Takes, queen c8. You can't defend your bishop, And if you move your bishop, which is what he did, I traded queens, and I took on e2, and I'm up a piece. Now, we could end the video here, but the end was actually sort of funny. So he played rook e1, and I played the precise move, bishop d4 check, forcing his king in the corner. And this is a funny position. My bishops look a lot better than his bishops, and fortunately, I have an extra knight. And he saved his a-pawn. I once again lined up on the c-file. That c-file didn't really work well for him. He played bishop b1, which is a funny move, and now his rook is trapped. Rooks usually aren't trapped on e1, but the truth hurts. Bishop f2, bishop e2. I like the geometry here of the bishops. They were lined up on different squares, and they're still sort of pretty. Of course, prettier for black because he's up a piece, and the white rook is trapped. White resigned. So queen c2 was the losing move. I hope you found the unexpected tactic c4. Let's look at another tactic. Now, in unexpected tactic number 2, we have future world champion Magnus Carlsen. This game was played in 2004, 13 years ago. So Magnus Carlsen was playing in a tournament that no longer exists. It's the C group of the Tata Steel tournament. I actually don't believe it was called Tata Steel then. It might have been. It's played in Vaikanze every year. And now they only have an A and a B group. So you can imagine the C group wasn't as strong as the A or B group, but Magnus Carlsen was probably 12 years old at the time, so he has a good excuse. Okay, now he's playing Sipke Ernst. I'm not sure how good he was then, but he's a grandmaster now, one of the top Dutch players. And this looks like a boring Caro-Kann. I understand the players castled opposite sides, but this doesn't look very exciting. And when you think of Magnus Carlsen now, you think, okay, he's going to slowly build up and maybe win some slightly better endgame. But this is a very young Magnus Carlsen, so we're going to see some unexpected tactics here. So actually, in this position, Magnus plays a brilliant move that sacrifices material and starts a brilliant attack against his opponent's king. So pause the video and see if you can find it, and then we're going to show the scintillating finish. Okay, hopefully you found the sacrifice knight g6. And a lot of times in Caro-Kanns, if you're afraid to take that knight, which I'm sure black was, we can play rook f e8 safely. Unfortunately, in this particular position, after we trade on e7 and take on c5, white is just a pawn up. And if black doesn't take that pawn, white has a very nice square on d6 for his bishop, and that's not good for black. You can't take the pawn right away. That's not an unexpected tactic. That just loses a rook. And if you trade rooks first so that you can, quote-unquote, safely take the pawn, now you walk into a fork, bishop to d6. The truth hurts. Okay, so actually, after knight g6, if you don't take that knight, you're going to end up losing a pawn with a bad position. So you might as well get a piece for your troubles. So Sipke Ernst took the knight, queen takes e6 check, king went to h8, and now it looks like you can simply win your piece back, but it's not the case. We have knight d5, and the queen is attacked, and the bishop is attacked by two of black's pieces. So that doesn't work. So it looks like in this position, white's just down a piece, but that's fine with Magnus. He has a monster attack. He plays h takes g6. So now this is really scary if you're black. We have this open file to attack your king. The king on h8 is trapped. The pawn on g6 is a monster. Look at this pawn on g6. That's not good for black. And eventually, white's even going to take his piece back. Queen takes e7. Actually doesn't have anywhere to go. Okay, so black played a really nice retreating move here at knight to g8. It defends h6, it defends e7, and it attacks the bishop on f4. So, wow, knight g8 is a pretty good defensive move. Okay, but Magnus isn't done. So, time to pause the video again and see tactic number 2 in this position. Amazing. Magnus plays just another brilliant move. Okay, and hopefully you found bishop takes h6. Obviously, that bishop must be captured because if the bishop moves away, basically anywhere, g5, f4, it's going to be the worst discovered check of your life. Unless you have the white pieces, then it's great. Okay, so he took with the pawn. That way he keeps his bishop defended. And Magnus did it again. Rook takes h6 check. You can't play king g7 because of mate in 1. As I like to say, with advantage. So after rook h6, obviously he took with the knight. Magnus played queen takes e7. Magnus is running out of material to sacrifice with. Maybe he thought he was playing Bughouse. Okay, so white has the obvious threat of queen h7 mate. It's obvious, but it's not obvious how to stop it. Also, g7 check, isn't so bad itself. It's not a bad move. So Magnus is down a rook and a piece, but I don't think the black queen on a5 is helping in the defense of the king. Well, queen h7 mate, it's hard to stop. Okay, so he played knight f7. That stops queen h7 mate. And he takes on f7. Now, I always like to tell my students, in the opening and middle game, you very rarely see a pawn on the 7th rank. And if that pawn stays there, I like to say it's worth more than a rook. Although a lot of people say it's worth a rook, but pawn on the 7th rank is a monster. Now here, we're threatening very simple queen f6 check and rook h1 mate. And that's got to be stopped, but that's not easy to stop. And there's other threats too, but that's the main threat. Okay, so king g7, that stops queen f6 check, and it stops rook h1 check, because rook h1 isn't check anymore. And Magnus finishes the game quickly. He plays rook d3, because he wants to get his rook to g3, now that the king is on the g file. And queen e1 is not mate, because Magnus also has defense over here. Queen on e7 does double duty. Rook d6, so he can try to block the rook on g6. You can't take the rook. I just told you why, because of queen e1 mate. Some of you are going to say, that's not mate, rook to d1. Well, it's going to be mate next move. Okay, so rook d6 was a nice defense. Rook g3 check. Rook g6, the point. Queen e5 check. Man, this is getting tough. You got a queen and a rook all over you. King takes f7, and queen f5 is winning. This is very nice. So here, black fell on his sword. But if you'd played a normal move, let's say king e7, still hoping for queen e1 mate, before we take this rook on g6, we play rook e3 check, stopping queen e1 mate. Then we take the rook on g6. White has a mating attack, and white is ahead 3 pawns. That's not good. So black decided instead of losing like that, he would lose quickly, which is more fun for you guys. He played rook to f6. And this next tactic is not unexpected. It's mate in 1. Can you find the mate in 1? I'm not going to let you pause the video. You got to find it while I'm talking. It's mate in 1. Okay, there's not that many checks. There's maybe 5 or 6 checks, and one of them is mate. Queen d7. That's why he became the world champion. He's excellent in mate in 1. Okay, let's look at our final unexpected tactic next. Now, the last one isn't really well known, but it's played by Vichy Anand, who's a great tactician, against the early retired Joël Lautier. And actually, Lautier not only was one of the top 10 players in the world and Kramnik's second for his match with Kasparov, where he famously trotted out the Berlin, there was actually a big interview recently with Lautier in New in Chess magazine discussing why he retired and what he's doing now and all that kind of good stuff. Joël Lautier beat Kasparov twice with the black pieces, so he's no slouch. Now, Anand has really changed his style since he, turned 40 years old. When he was in his 20s and early 30s, this was the kind of tactics I could show you. And now that he's in his 40s and it's not really his style, he plays 20, 30 moves of prep. His prep is immaculate, and he basically doesn't lose. So by drawing and winning almost all the time and losing very infrequently, Anand has maintained a top 10 rating, even though he's 47 years old. Okay, now this game was played 20 years ago, so we're going to see some great tactics from Vichy. So already you can see this is a very unusual, strange position. White did not castle and cannot. Black did not castle. Maybe he'll castle later. Black's bishop is fianchettoed on g2. Probably you never saw that before. White's rook on e3 is pinned and attacked. White has a rook on the 7th rank. So this game doesn't make a lot of sense, and that's what Vichy Anand was good at. So 20 years ago, this was in a non-position. Now you don't see him having this kind of game anymore. Okay, well, that pawn on h6 could be annoying, especially if black wants to castle. So he played g takes h6. Makes sense. And even if black doesn't castle, he could play something like rook g8 and get the open g file later. And, you might as well take another pawn. Black's up 2 pawns. Okay, so here, white made a very unexpected tactic, and I'm willing to bet a large sum of money his opponent didn't see it coming, because if I saw this move coming, I would probably lose on time before I played g takes h6 just to avoid it. It's just a brilliant move. So pause your video, white to play and win, an amazing tactic from Anand. And unlike the other unexpected tactics, this one might be a little tougher to find. Anand played the move bishop to g6. Okay, that's not your everyday tactic. Now that move does a lot of stuff. It threatens bishop takes f7 check. It threatens rook takes e6 check if the queen on d4 decides to move, which of course it does. And the black king is under tremendous fire. The main threat is actually queen takes queen. It's a discovered attack. Well, black can't really give his queen away. Can't lose your queen. So he decided, taking the opponent's queen leads to mate, so he did something else. Let's look at taking the queen, okay, and let's see what happens. Now we play rook takes e6 check. The pawn on f7 is pinned due to bishop g6. King f8. Bishop h6 check. Paul Morphy would be proud using all of your pieces. And bishop f7 mate. That's just amazing. White uses all of his pieces to checkmate his opponent. It doesn't help if instead of king f8, he retreats his knight to e7. We actually see the same mate. In fact, there's probably more than one mate now. But it's actually the exact same checkmate. There's no difference. We got the two bishop checkmate. Okay, now he could play knight takes e3, which he didn't do, and that would lead to all kinds of problems because after white trades queens, he can play bishop takes e3. Bishop a3 check might also win, but this win's easier. Now, white's threatening bishop takes d4, bishop takes h6 mate, and king takes g2. So this would be a good time to resign because you can't stop any of those threats. All right, so after bishop g6, Laudier played a really tough move. I mean, he found a good defense. He played knight e7. Okay, this does two things. It protects the queen on d4, and it protects f7 from the rook on b7. So knight e7, that's pretty solid defense. It doesn't work, but at least he tried. The reason it doesn't work is in the long run, this bishop on g2, that's not a good bishop. Okay, so white traded queens, queen d4, and then played a really nice move, rook to d3. Yeah, that's tough for black. And the reason is, if the rooks get traded, let's trade the rooks. Now, not only is white's bishop no longer attacked on g6, he's threatening rook d8 check with a skewer, and he's also threatening the bishop on g2. White always has a lot of threats somehow. So rook d3 was great. Laudier played rook to d8, an excellent move. His idea is, if you trade rooks on d8 and the king takes, we can block with knight c8. So for example, rook d8, king d8. Now this skewer that was working before, black has a knight c8 defense. So I must admit, this was brilliant from Anand, and it was brilliant defense from Laudier. It just, the attack turned out to be stronger than the defense. So after rook d8, Anand played rook takes and bishop to d3. And in this position, Laudier decided to resign because bishop takes h6 is a threat, bishop a3 is a threat, rook takes a7 is a threat. The black rook is terrible on h8. White also can play bishop b2, attacking the rook, followed by bishop to f6, pinning the knight forever. And I didn't tell you the main threat yet. I saved the best for last, king takes g2. And that bishop is not going to be saved. There's nothing to do about that bishop. So here, with material basically almost equal and white having 4 or 5 threats, and he saved his bishop on g6, black resigned. So that was an amazing tactic from Anand, and we saw a lot of that in the 1980s and 90s. We see less of it today, but that's why chess is great. We can look at your old games and see how it used to be, and hopefully people will do that with me in the future. Okay, this is Grandmaster Ben Feingold with one of my favorite videos, Unexpected Tactics. Hopefully, when you have unexpected tactics, your opponent will be the one that's surprised and not you. See you later, everyone. Bye. Hi, everyone. Grandmaster Ben Feingold here. I have a video with just a couple of games, and it's a trick that I see oh, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a year, and I see it in grandmaster play and in amateur play. It's surprising that grandmasters would know about it. I think they do when they forget. Okay, the latest instance of this trick, and I think in my life I've had it happen 3 or 4 times, and usually I've been on the good side. And this may have happened to you. And I don't think there's an official name for this exact trick, so we're going to call it the sugar me do. Okay, and as long as the Simpsons doesn't sue us, we're good. All right. So this position is sort of boring. We have the same pawn structure, the same pieces, the same everything. Of course, I'd rather have black because black's king is safer. You know, white's pawn really doesn't need to be on g4, but that happened earlier in the game. Okay, and I played rook to e4, attacking his queen. I'm trying to get some initiative. Queen to d3. I'm just attacking things. Rook b4, attacking the b pawn. And my opponent played b3. Now it's really hard to attack anything. There's nothing to attack. Okay, so I played queen f6 because my queen's good on f6 on a nice open diagonal here, and it's not a nice file. And maybe if he lets me, I'll get to play queen f3 and checkmate him, although that's never going to happen, unfortunately. Okay, and my opponent was in the trade mode, and this is a problem that I have with a lot of my private students. They want to trade every move, and I'm like, never trade. And my opponent's lower rated than me. He's in the 2200s, and he likes to draw against me if he gets the chance. So he's like, trade, 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 draw. And I don't really blame him. I think his next move is very reasonable, bishop to g2. If he trades everything off, how am I going to win? And I played the move rook d8 because I'm keeping in line with my theme, always attack everything. So the first move I attacked his queen. The second move I attacked his b pawn. This is the fourth move, and I attacked his queen. If you attack your opponent's pieces every move, well, maybe they'll blunder. And this was a really funny, this was in a Spice Cup that was played in St. Louis. And I remember very specifically what happened at this point. So when this position started 4 moves ago, I had already foreseen that white could do something like this and blunder. And I was hoping that he would, but probably he wouldn't. And then he did. And he blundered with the move queen c3. And this is a psychological blunder because he's so intent on trading that he's missing the important tactics. Now, funny story is one of the top players on chess.com, especially in bullet chess, is Andrew Tang from Minnesota. And I think he has a name like Penguin GM or something funny like that. Anyway, he was sitting next to me during this game. And I remember when my opponent played queen c3, I went to the score sheet to write queen c3 on my score sheet. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Andrew Tang rolling his eyes, thinking to himself, why can't my opponent make blunders like that? Okay, so of course I was very excited when queen c3 was played because I knew that that was a blunder. And this is the old sugar me do. So this isn't, well, I mean, the official title obviously is overworked, but we're talking about a very specific overworked and overloaded when the rook is defending the queen and the rook is defending the back rank. And obviously, it's hard for a rook to move in 2 different directions at once. And I've seen this trick many times in my career, especially in other people's games. And the next one I'm going to show you is much more difficult, but it's the same idea. Here I played the move rook d1 check. And again, when you get to play a move like this, it's cool. If you're doing tactics trainer on chess.com, you're going to see things like this all the time. Well, the obvious idea is if he takes my rook, I'll take his queen because his rook is defending his queen. And so my opponent didn't do that. He hoped beyond hope that he could escape by playing the move king h2. And in fact, this is still a normal idea when you play this rook to the back rank check, is now you trade queens, queen takes c3, and now my opponent resigned because after rook takes c3, I win his rook in the corner, and I'm up a rook. So let's go back to the blunder. In this position, if he moves his queen anywhere safe, I don't know, e2, g3, e3, position's close to equal. I'd rather have black, but it should be a draw. And queen c3, there's no reason for such a move. He just wants to trade everything. But queen c3 is risky because when pieces can capture each other, that's very dangerous for everybody. That has potential of winning and losing material. If you move just queen to a safe square where nobody can capture anything, that's not dangerous at all. And of course, he didn't see rook d1. He probably knew the idea, but he sort of lost his sense of danger because all the pieces look like they're going to be traded. And chess always is dangerous. There's always tactical tricks. And luckily for me, he played the one I was hoping he would. And unfortunately, our next position, which was played over 25 years ago, that went the other way, but I learned my lesson. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Now, as some of you know, I have my own YouTube channel, and I just got a comment that said, how come you never show games you lose? You only show games you win. Rawr. Okay, I'm not sure how he typed all that rawr stuff in the comments. Anyway, somebody actually came to my defense and said, I do show games that I lose. In fact, game with Magnus Carlsen, I've been showing that to everybody, and I lost that game. Okay, now, if you like watching games I lose, here you go. Now you're in good. This was a game against Mike Blanken. I was a 2,300 player, and I think I was maybe high 2,400 USCF. This game was played a long time ago, before most of you were born. And just to show you how difficult chess is, this position, which looks totally wacky, the computer says is all zeros and equal. And Black has two legal moves, and he played the wrong one. So chess is difficult. The right move is to take my knight. I take, of course, and then play bishop takes f2 check, if you can believe that. And in fact, in this position, the engine says I should play king h1. And the idea is, if he takes my bishop, I take his bishop, and it says the white's winning. However, again, in a game of enginemanship, it says he should play bishop takes g2 check, and I guess it must see some perpetual here because it says this is all zeros. So that's beyond my capability as a human, but you can see how complicated it is. Okay, my opponent didn't play rook f7. He played king g8, which is the losing move. And sometimes the losing move turns into the winning move. It's unfortunate. Okay, and here, unlike every other move I've played in my life, I played the best move. I played by far the best move, and I'm guessing he overlooked it. Obviously, I could repeat and play for a draw by playing knight h6 double check, and this would be sort of a funny draw. And some of you are probably confused because you're thinking, what about this smothered mate? Why didn't Ben play smothered mate? Okay, good question. The reason I didn't play smothered mate is after queen g8, he doesn't have to take with a rook. He can take with a knight, and his rook is defending f7. So that would be bad. I mean, unless you had the black pieces, then it would be great. Okay, so after king g8, we looked at all these different variations where you should take my knight, and I could play knight h6 and play for a draw. But instead, I played queen f5. And this pins his bishop to his queen. It defends my f2 pawn, and it lines up my bishop with his king. And actually, I guess more important than any of that stuff, although I guess that all sounded important, was I'm attacking his bishop. Hooray. Okay. And the computer says that I'm incredibly winning here. Resignable kind of winning. Okay, so my opponent played the trickiest move, knight to d5, which blocks my bishop on b3. Now my knight on f7 actually is attacked because he blocked my bishop. And now I'm not on his bishop on c5 anymore. Okay, and now I got a little too confident. I thought everything won. And I was basically flipping a coin in my head. Should I take the knight on d5 with my rook or my bishop? And I was like, that wins, that wins, that wins, that wins. And because of that, I missed a very important defense from my opponent, which we saw in the last puzzle. This one's a little bit more complicated. If I play the move rook takes d5, today's engines say I'm plus 11. That's pretty good, plus 11. If he plays like the obvious move, let's say bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5 wins, queen takes d5 wins, so it doesn't really matter. But I guess I take with the bishop. That looks more threatening. And I knew that won, but I thought the way I played won more. So I'm like, well, I'll play the better way. So I played bishop takes d5 because I'd rather win a piece than win two pieces for a rook. And my opponent played bishop takes d5, and I played queen takes d5. And I thought he would resign because I'm up a piece. I'm threatening the smothered mate that we looked at before with knight h6 check. And his bishop on c5 is hanging. So also I can move my knight anywhere. Knight d6 check wins his rook. I mean, basically I have all winning moves, and I'm up a piece. I guess the obvious move is rook takes knight. I could take the bishop either way. I guess it doesn't matter. And I'm up a bishop for no pawns. So anyway, I thought this was an easier way to win, so I played this way. And after queen takes d5, it turns out black is winning. I hate when that happens, unless I'm black. Okay, so if you remember the last puzzle, it's basically the same idea, but it's a little bit trickier. My rook on d1 is defending against his back rank mate, and my rook is defending my queen on d5. And a lot of people, when I show them this position, they suggest bishop takes f2, and now they usually suggest rook takes knight, and now they run out of suggestions because white's just up a piece here, and white's winning. So it looks good, but it doesn't work. So what is the winning move here for black? Well, it's the same as the previous one. It's the old sugar me do, but it takes an extra move. It's rook e1 check here. My rook is defending my queen, but after the only legal move, rook takes e1. Now my rook is not defending my queen. So he plays bishop takes f2 check. Now, what's funny is, if this was a random game, he's giving up a lot of pieces to win my queen, but the way it was set up beforehand, all my pieces are hanging and pinned and attacked. That's too bad. If somehow I wasn't losing any more material, I would actually be up material here. I would have a rook, a bishop, and a knight for a queen. But my knight on f7 is pinned and attacked twice, and it's defending my bishop on g5. So if it was black to move here, he could win both of my pieces by taking my knight with check, with rook takes f7, and then taking my bishop, or he could take my bishop first, because my knight's pinned. So that's unfortunate. Okay, I unpinned with king g1. He played rook takes knight. And I saved my bishop. He got luffed, and this is completely losing. He has a queen and a pawn for rook and a bishop. My b pawn's weak. His king is perfectly safe. And I can't play bishop takes b4 because queen d4 check would pick up my bishop. It's unfortunate. So after h6, I resigned, losing a totally winning game to a trick that I know, although that game was played 25 years ago and then some, so maybe I didn't know it so well then. And I see it every now and then, this rook to the back rank check, and the rook isn't defending the queen. Usually not in my games. It could happen in your games. And let's go back and see the actual trick. It was in this position. I thought I was winning. I'm up a piece. I have many threats. And I was in total shock when my opponent played rook e1 check. And now I lose my queen. And because of it, I lose the game. And, well, it's a good lesson. I hate losing. And I don't want to look back at my losses. But that's how you win games later, by learning from your mistakes. Well, that was not a nice note to end on. But Mike, if you're watching this video and you still play chess, I'm sure you're pretty happy about that. That was one of my few games featured in the New York Times. As usual, one of my losses. This is Grandmaster Ben Feingold with another unusual, interesting, horrible, terrible, no, I'm kidding, video on chess.com where somehow I lost. I lost my queen. But next time, I'll make more videos where maybe I win somebody's queen. It could be yours. Okay, bye, everyone.
Hello everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm here to help you master king and pawn endgames. Now you might wonder why in the world I would want to record a video on this when there's plenty of material here on chess.com and you also might have learned it from endgame books. The reason is that I want you to fully understand these endgames. I want that you are 100% sure of them, even if you have just woken up, even if you have a few seconds on your clock. Why are they so important? Let me show you. What do you think about this endgame? Would you exchange rooks as white or would you move the rook away? How about this one after rook takes b5? Do you take back with the pawn or with the king? Is queen takes f8 a winning move here or a move that gives away the victory completely? Pawn endgames are the building blocks of every other endgame. Unless you are 100% sure about basic pawn endgame positions, you will not know the answer to these questions. But don't worry, we are here to learn. So I will show you a few tips and tricks on how can you be 100% sure all the time whether your position is winning or it's already a draw. Let's start with the first one. In this position, if you are not sure about this pawn endgame, then you will keep the rooks on the board. Let's say rook e2. Doesn't really matter where you place the rook. This position is a draw already. The only way to win this position is by taking on f6. That's the only winning move, because this pawn endgame is winning, but you must know how. King d2 would be the natural way of going towards the center, activating the king. But after king e5, king d3, king d5, black wins the opposition, and this is a draw. So why did I say that rook takes f6 is the only winning move and it's not winning? It's because after king takes f6, you must know one thing. T. No, I mean, not this T. T. The letter T. That's what I do. This is how I learned it when I was small, and I still do it as an international master. Whenever there's a pawn endgame, I look for T's. I draw mentally a letter T. Now where is this T and why I'm talking about something nonsense? This is a T here. If you imagine the pawn, and that's the top part of the T. But we only care about the top part of the T. So you just draw a T in the distance of a knight jump. Those three squares are the key squares for your king. If your king manages to get there, the white king manages to get to one of these three squares and not blunder your pawn at the same time, it means that you will promote your pawn no matter what. So you see these three squares and you realize that, oh cool, I would love to go to d5, but that takes several moves. It takes 4 moves. What about the b5 square? Hey, that also takes 4 moves. If you realize that it doesn't really matter whether your king is on d5 or b5, then of course you will head towards the square that is farther from the opponent's king. The black king can easily protect the d5 square, but it's very far from the b5 square. Maybe this sounds complicated, but let me show you what I mean. The winning move in this position is not king d2. King d2 is a draw. You have to go king c2. And doesn't matter that the black king tries to come as close as possible. You go king b4, threatening to get one of those squares, the critical squares. So he defends them. He doesn't let you go to the critical squares or key squares. But in this moment, you win the opposition. This is the opposition, you know that. You win the opposition. And this is a zugzwang. Black has to go. He doesn't want, but he cannot pass. He has to go. He has to sidestep. And you go the other way. This you already know. I'm sure about that. But in case you don't remember or you are not 100% sure, let's just repeat the same. Opposition. You win the opposition. The king has to go somewhere. You go the other way. What if the black king comes to b6? Well, then you start pushing your pawn, but the king is always first. The king in front and then the pawn. never the other way around. And the position you want to reach is the king on the 6th and pawn on the 5th on the same file as Danny said. So remember, king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th. Check all the videos by Danny, you will know what I mean. But here, once again, the only winning move was rook takes f6. If you keep the rooks on the board, this rook endgame is a draw. But rook takes f6, king takes f6, and knowing that you should aim for the t, not this t but the latter t, so you go king c2 and you head towards t squares. This is the t, remember it. I'm trying to draw it with the arrows too. The top part of the t is what you care about. It's always at the distance of a knight jump. Let's see the next position, this one. What do you think about this endgame? Is it winning? Yes, of course it is winning, because where is the t? Well, it's here. Those are the critical squares. So you want your king to be there. First you get there with the king, then you start pushing the pawn too, but always the king first. King d2, let's say, and if the opponent plays king d7, then you simply go king d3, king d6, king d4, you win the opposition, king c6, king c4, you win the opposition again, and now you outflank the opponent by playing king b5. This is basically the position we have just seen. It's slightly more tricky if the opponent knows distant opposition. So after king d2, he goes king d8. He places the king on the same color as your king. So when the kings approach, king d3, king d7, king d4, king d6, now he is winning the opposition. King c4, king c6, he has won it, he is not going away. You move the king, king b4, and he just follows you all the way. He follows you all the time. That's when waiting moves are very much needed. This pawn, luckily for us, is on c2. So you push this pawn to c3 and you tell the opponent, your turn. He has to sidestep, and there we are. The king is where it has to be. By the way, have you realized that when you push the pawn, so on c2, this is the t, that's the where the king should be, the critical squares. Once you advance the pawn, the critical squares also advance. So careful about pushing the pawn, because the critical squares are going farther and farther from you. But luckily, as I said, it is black's turn here. It's Zug Twang. He has to move. No matter where he goes, we go the other way. So, yes, this is distant opposition, but thanks to our pawn, which is still on c2, we are winning. If in this position our pawn was already on c3, it would mean that this position is a draw. How about this rook takes b5 move that I have showed you? So black plays rook takes b5, and you need to know whether you capture with the king or with the pawn on b5. The correct answer is, you can pause the video if you want to think more, not king takes b5. King takes b5 is a draw. Immediately a draw, because rook pawns are different. There's no t here. No tea, no coffee, nothing. Rook pawns are pretty difficult, if not very difficult, to promote. You've got to get your king to either b8 or b7. Those are the key squares for a rook pawn. So if the white king is on b7 or b8, and you don't blunder your pawn at the same time, then you are winning. But the black king gets there. King d8 or king d7, and it doesn't matter that you are almost there on b7, he steps to c8, preventing you from going to b7, and the next move is king b8 and king a8. As a defender, you should head towards the corner. If you play after king takes b5, king d6, thinking that your king is active, bad luck. After king b6, black is lost. White will get the king to b7 and push the pawn. So be very, very careful about these things. After rook takes b5, the only move that wins is a takes b5. And now you might wonder, why would this be winning? We have learned that the king should go first, aid the pawn, pave the path for the pawn, and then the pawn will be advancing. Now the pawn is first and the king is behind. Doesn't matter, because where are the critical squares for this pawn? Well, you know the T, right? This is the T. Good news for you. When the pawn passes the halfway mark, so it's already on the 5th rank, it means that it has double number of critical squares. I don't know why I cannot color it. Yeah, there it is. So instead of having 3 critical squares, suddenly it has 6. Not only the T, which is here, but also the squares that are in between the pawn and the T. Yeah, this might sound crazy, but it's very helpful to draw these squares. So you know that once your pawn has passed the halfway mark, if you are white, it's on the 5th or 6th rank, or if you are black, then it's on the 4th or 3rd, of course. So the white king should go to one of these squares. It doesn't matter which one, any of these squares. If the white king is there on any of these 6 squares, you're winning. Let's see if I'm correct. The black king tries to come closer. He goes king d7. You play king a5. Of course king a5 and not king c5. Always head for the critical squares that are farther from your opponent's king. If king c5 after king c7, this is a draw. So, no. You go towards the a6 square. And that's a critical square. Remember, there are 6. And you are almost there. And black cannot prevent that you go there. So this is a winning position. King c7, king a6, king b8. And there you are, king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th, on the same file. That's winning. And this position, well, it doesn't matter what black does, right? We promote. What about the very same position, but with white to move? Imagine that we get this position, and you know that it's winning because this pawn, where are the critical squares? Well, here the T plus 3 more, because it's just so cool to have the double amount of critical squares once your pawn passes the halfway mark. So there you are, you know that this is winning, but it's white to move. How do you progress? Well, if you go king c6, that's not the best. Because the opponent will respond with king a7, and now the cool move would be king c7, right? And then you push. But careful. Careful about stalemate. Sometimes it might happen. The king in the corner, you push, you're happy, you almost have a queen, and this is a draw. Black has no moves. It's also the same if after king c6, king a7, you give a check. Because king a8 makes a draw. You either give stalemate with king c7, or you have to go somewhere back with the king. This is a draw. Or after b6, king a8, you give a check. And this is also a draw. So it doesn't really matter what you do. You have spoiled it already. So careful about this position when there is a stalemate option, especially when the black king is in the corner. It does matter where you go. So instead of all this, let's go back to the starting position. You go king a6. And if the opponent responds with king a8, then b6, king b8, b7. He has to go to c7, and you are winning. So after king a6, basically, he can't do anything. If king c7, king a7. He has plenty of squares to move to. There's no stalemate in this position. So just make sure that you're always careful, even if you know that this is winning, because you know that you are in one of the critical squares with your king. Just make sure that you don't stalemate your opponent right before promoting to a queen. Let's see our last position, which is this queen endgame. And the question was whether queen takes f8 is a brilliant move or it's a horrible move. And there's a huge difference, of course, between the two, between winning this game or drawing. You might think that queen takes, king takes, this should be a draw, shouldn't it? The black king is very close. It's 2 moves away from stepping in front of the pawn, and that means it's a draw, right? Not here. Our king is behind, and it looks like black can defend. But you play king f5, and now if king e8, then king e6, and you are winning. You should always advance this pawn to the 7th rank without a check. Always without a check. That's when you are winning. Now, this looks easy, but what about takes king f5 and king f7? Opposition. Black has just won the opposition. You play king e5, and unfortunately for black, he cannot go to e7 because our pawn is controlling that square, so he cannot maintain the opposition. He has to go somewhere else. He plays king f8, for instance. You go king f6, winning the opposition after king e8. King e6, once again, we will advance our pawn to the 7th rank without a check. That's how you should do it. And you are winning. If you don't realize that this queen endgame, that you can exchange queens in this endgame, then you will keep the queen on the board. You will give plenty of checks, but it's not sure at all that you can win this game unless you realize that you should exchange queens. This is winning. With the queens on the board, you might not win it. Let's see one more position, this position actually, but what if white makes a mistake? What if you know so much about the opposition that you think, distant opposition, you go king f4 and you are so proud of yourself because you remembered something? No, here king f4 is a big mistake. And black can simply defend by playing king e8, king e5 you go, and king d7. Once the king is under the pawn, you cannot promote it. You know that this pawn, the d6 pawn, this is the t, and these are the other critical squares. White would need to get his king there. He cannot. The black king is there. Now, as a defender, the only thing you must know is that you should always keep your king under the pawn, in front of the pawn, if you look at it from the other way. So keep it always in front of the pawn. Let's try with a few moves as white. King d5, what do? Well done, in front of the pawn. King c6, now opposition, because as a defender, you want the opponent to push the pawn with a check. So here, d7 check leads to a stalemate. Let's try further, because I'm sure that if you play this position against someone, he will try until he hopes that you make a mistake, but you will not make a mistake, because you will know that you should always keep your king in front of the pawn. So you keep it in front of the pawn on the same file. You don't go anywhere, just the same file. Just the same file in front of the pawn. Just the same file. And once the king tries, you gain the opposition. And you want the pawn to advance with a check. This we have seen already. This is a draw. I hope that now you feel a lot more confident about these pawn endgames. If you found this a bit too much or too fast, don't be afraid to replay this video or check the other king and pawn endgame videos here on chess.com. Also make sure that you practice, because practice makes mastery, and you can practice these positions against the computer. The computer will always make the best moves, so it's really tough to win these positions against the computer or to hold the draw when it's a defending position like this as black. But this is how you will become a real master of king and pawn endgames. So go to chess.com, learn drills and fundamental endgames. That's where you can practice all these positions. And remember, drinking tea and drawing tea is always helpful. I will see you in the next video.
Hi everyone, this is International Master Anna Rudolph, the girl who hangs chess pieces on her curtain and also the one who is going to teach you the most important endgame principles. My objective with these videos is that you become a lot more confident when playing endgames, and that with your newly acquired endgame knowledge, you will be able to convert positions that you might have spoiled before. Last but not least, these videos will not only improve your endgame skills, but also your general chess understanding. As Mr. Stefan Gerzadovich said, openings teach you openings, endgames teach you chess. So let's begin improving our chess. The first and most important endgame principle you've already learned about.
Two factors dictate the play of all roughly equal endgames, and they are king play and power, and passed pawns. As Nimzovich said, in the middle game the king is but a mere extra, but in the endgame the king is a principal. Activate your king at the earliest opportunity, use him to help your pawns advance, and remember the goal position of king on the 6th, pawn on the 5th, as it is a goal position for many endgames. Pawns are the soul of chess, according to Philidor, and if you recognize the potential for your majorities, you can create passed pawns all over the board. Remember the ideas of protected passed pawns, outside passed pawns, and push, push, push your passed pawns to victory.
Thank you, Danny. Today we are going to take your king activity expertise to the next level. You will be able to determine when it is the right moment to activate your king and where is the square where you actually need to bring your king to. Let's begin with the ladder. In our first position you can see that the white king is the active king. I think it's obvious to everybody. It can go to 8 squares while the black king in the corner has only 3 possible moves. But what about placing the black king a bit closer? Now both kings can move to 8 squares. Does it mean that they are equally active? Not really. The white king is still a lot more active. Usually in the center your king will be happy, but it doesn't mean that it is always the place where you need to bring your king to. It always depends on the context, on where the rest of the pieces are. For instance, in this position, our king on e5 is very happy. We go king d6, after which king e7, and we will grab several of those black pawns and promote our pawns. So you can see that from the center we can get to any part of the board very quickly. That's why it's so useful to have our king in the center. But as I said, everything depends on the context. So sometimes it isn't the center where you want to be. Look at this position, the same as before. The only difference is that there's a b5 black pawn and an a5 white pawn. And it is black who is winning actually. White to move, but white cannot get to the queenside pawns. We cannot go king d6 because the b pawn will promote. So white should try to get to the queenside. He plays king d5, but after king a6, it is black who gets there first. So as I said, everything depends on the context. Yes, in general, you will want to drive your king towards the center, but you should always have in mind what is the target. In this position, the target is the a5 pawn for black, and he gets there very quickly, much faster than our king to the kingside black pawns. It is always a race. Many times in the pawn endgames it will be a race, and you need to calculate which king arrives first. Let's see one more position from a pawn endgame. Here there's only one move for white that is winning, and it is not the move that is going towards the center. King g3 is the only winning move, and the idea is that after king e7 you go king h4. So if we think that it's always nice and cool to go towards the center, then we just make a draw, because king f3, king e7, king f4, king f6, this position is a draw. So the only way to win was to know that we want to get our king to h4. Always you need to determine first where do you need to bring the king, and then find the path. So king g3 is the correct move, and after king e7, king h4, king f6, king h5, and after king g7, king g5, we will soon reach the position that Danny mentioned. More about pawn endgames in the next videos. Let's see our first practical game about king activity. Black has just exchanged bishops on e7, and after knight d2, king d6, he's happy because we have a king on d6 in the center, while the white king cannot be activated because of our beautiful bishop on b5. So he has to try to create a path for his king. He cannot just wait on g1 with the king, right? He plays f3. He wants to bring his king too. He wants to activate it, but it takes time. So as black, we will use our initiative. We will use that our king is already on d6 while the white king is only on g1. What do you think is the target in this position? Because as I said, it's cool to have the king on d6, but what's next? Pause the video for a moment and think about how can you progress in this position as black. I hope that you had some ideas, and what you needed to find is that the weakness of white is the a2 pawn. And how can we get there? Well, it's a long trip, but we can manage by playing king c6, and after king f2, we play bishop a4, create space for the king to enter the position. This is how the game went: king e2, king b5, king d3, king b4, king c2, and there we are, king a3 attacking the weak pawn on a2. So king b1 had to be played, what a passive king, but if you don't want to give up the pawn, this is the move. Actually, the right move was perhaps giving up the pawn, but that's not what we are talking about today, how to sacrifice a pawn for activity. This is not our topic. I just want to mention in brackets that probably the best move here for white was king c3, giving up the pawn, after which the idea is that you just try to play against this king on a1. You try not to let the black king be active again. Anyway, what white played, after king a3 was king b1. And here, black is basically winning because white is tied up to the defense of the a2 pawn. Bishop b5, you just improve your minor pieces. The king already got to a3. That was our first mission. And now the second mini plan is to improve your minor pieces as much as possible. So you want to bring your minor pieces also to the attack of this a2 pawn. Let's see how Yusupov did that. He placed the bishop on b5, and after knight b6, knight c4. If white trades the knight on c4, you see that this is a very sad position for white, where he has all his pieces defending the poor pawn on a2. And even if this position is not winning right now, it's just so horrible to play this position. White will end up in Zugzwang sooner or later. So you can push your pawns as black, and white will run out of time at some point. We will talk about these positions, these kind of Zugzwang positions, in the future. Let's see what happened in the game, because it's also very instructive. Instead of knight takes c4, what happened was knight f1, and now knight b2. Where is this knight heading to, you might ask? Look at this. Knight a4. g6 was played in order to avoid any kind of counterplay, so knight h5. What am I doing with those arrows? Knight h5 was prevented by playing g6. You are never in a rush in endgames when you have advantage, and you can actually just improve your position step by step. So look at this knight maneuver, knight b2, knight a4, and you will realize that after some weird moves, well, it is already a pawn up, but what I wanted to show you is that with the knight on a4, it doesn't matter what white does here, because what we want to do as black is the following. Our plan is to place the bishop on c4. The white king has to go back to b1, and after knight c3, we are winning the pawn on a2. This might sound complicated, and you don't need to understand all of this. What I want you to understand is that we had our king on d6 in the center, and that's cool, but you need to do something more if you want to progress in the position. You have a symmetrical pawn structure here, and the minor pieces cannot really attack without the help of the king. Here, the king is the most important attacking piece, and black has the chance to activate his king even more right now, before the white king arrives. So the path to get to a3 was via c6, and then we move the bishop so that we can go to b5, b4, and a3. Just remember that from this game, you don't need to understand those knight maneuvers or the zugzwang position at the moment. We will learn about those in the future. What if instead of this position, just remember the position with the king on d6, we modify this position. We take the f-pawns away and place the white king on h4. You know that the a2 pawn is weak, and you know that you would love to have your king on a3 attacking this pawn. But you always need to pay attention to the opponent's threats as well, and you always need to calculate too. So it's cool to have those ideas. Where do you want your king? The schematical thinking is what you need in endgames, but you need to justify those ideas by calculating. And you definitely realize that it takes ages to get to a3 with the king, while the white king is about to go to g5 and h6. So as I said, everything depends on the context. Even if you realize that white has a weakness or two, you might not be able to attack it if the opponent is also threatening with something. Here, king g5 is a big threat. You need to prevent it. You need to play king f6 or pawn to h6. You must do something against king g5. I believe that the right move is king f6, and now you alter your plan because you cannot stick to this idea that I will attack the a2 pawn and that's it. No, in chess, most of the times you will need to be constantly changing your plan because the position changes. So king f6, and you want to play e5. This is a more or less balanced position still. Let's see another game between Alechin and Öve at the World Championship match between the two in 1937. And here it is white to move after knight d5.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. A life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. lights and glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once and I don't need to go around anymore. It's time to break away. Forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? Don't you wanna, don't you wanna, don't you wanna feel break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway.
I was ready to surrender my heart to you, only you. These lights all around me keep blinding my eyes from you and the truth. Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me why. I know, no, no, you won't save my life. Save my life. If you keep on, you're making the waves. You and I will never be saved. Be saved. If the walls come down, will you pick me
me, don't tell me why. I know, no, no, you won't save my life. Save my life. Baby, keep on, you're making the waves. You and I will never be the same. Be the same. If the walls come down, will you pick me off the ground? If the walls come down, will you save me or burn me down?
just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
turned toward me and looked so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. Underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Oh, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. The silent cold. The wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Follow me down, there's no one around. Lay back and take your socks and shoes right off. That natural light is so damn polite, can make you feel just like you were young again. Standing underneath the rows of trees, I can see where the ocean meets the sky. Under our clothes, the fire grows. We are ready for this life of running wild. We're running wild. Underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Silent fall, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Silent fall, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
Searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the
people for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Honey,
be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Where am When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, As I wake up every morning, I wish the day would end. Because a day without you in my life, I don't know how to mend. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. I'm blind leading chase. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was the villain of my own dream, breaking me down to my knees. Right at the mirror, wondering if I'll be okay. My head is telling me nothing, it's got nothing left to say. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. I'm blind leading chase. Thought I
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 take the night in. Welcome, my heart's so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing.
We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
I killed it. I killed it. I killed it.
I killed it, it's murder.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder.
Go crazy, berserker.
You are still in my mind. The truth is so hard to find. With all the things that's going on, I lost track, I felt so strong. I got you on my mind, but something's been done wrong. Sometimes I've been thinking of what to make of me and my memories. Sometimes I've been thinking of dreaming of what it could have been besides memories. 'Cause I still need you. Cause I flying so close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you. Shockwaves with you.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? This is just for us now. This is just for us now. Yeah, I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. say that it feels right. That it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up, you can have it all. Watch me rip it off, I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, you go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
But my brain tells me I've been here before. Don't wanna draw any attention to all the crazy things that I shouldn't mention. Not really sure, but it feels like my feet are glued to the floor. Don't wanna open up my mouth, cause I'm afraid of what's gonna come out. Life is but a dream. This can't be happening. Wake up, scream. I'm in a twisted reality. swimming against the tide. I wanna forget you, but you pull me in. I know this ocean is far too wide. I wanna forget you. Let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me, giving up this fight. Love and hate, we've learned the lines. I'm giving up this fight. You've lost, but I don't feel I have won. I wanna forget you, but only time will heal. Too late to erase the bad we've done. I wanna forget you. Let me forget you. Push and pull, but you repel me, giving up this fight. Love and hate, we've learned the lines. I'm giving up this fight. We ain't perfect, no. It's a work in progress. Good things go slow. And I'm no saint. I fall and you pick me up again. Got your habits, got them too. Just feel like maybe I could lose them with you. Sinking in, and I guess I kinda like that. For the first time, you really got my back. Got your habits, got them too. Just feel like maybe I could lose them with you. Lose them with you, lose them with you. Just feel like maybe I could lose them with. what you've been looking for. Trust me, I don't wanna feel no more. Taking me home. One thing really do one. See that you're the worst, but I don't know. Is that true? We both fear the silence with things they think they know. Baby, that's why I just be free and let it all go. Let's go. I don't care what you say, it's true. Don't matter to me, 'cause I want you.
Not gonna lie to you kids, it's a fucking jungle out there. Keep your head on tight, unknown brain and mind me, baby, let's do it. Y'all see me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, see me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, get too strong when I battle with the beast, bring a few on, the commander and the chief for my crew on, bullets rattling and whistle at your toque, never sleep, eyes open, hands clutching on my loot, this a war zone. It's a war zone. Yo, this a motherfucking war zone. It's a war zone. Feel the impact, yeah, break it open, leaving nothing fucking intact. Hey yo, you been hacked, you're safe, hard in, but I found it, homie, been cracked. Hey yo, we been back, your band stacking, see you flexing with the thin stack. Hey bitch, you been whacked, I kill them all, feel the motherfucking impact. Yo, this a war zone, homie, say you ready and prepared. Take a minute, make them aware. Well, I be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap, homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud with a vision, saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep, make them fear me. This a war zone, trenched out, trap house, nothing ever given. Yeah, every day's a blessing, thank the Lord, oh how I'm living. See me riding with my top down, oh cops round, pedal pressing on the gas. I don't think I'll ever stop.